Hey, monkey boy. This time I can prove the Israelites weren't black using ChatGPT. Ha!
So that's what we're doing now? Using AI?
What was that? I couldn't hear you over that smoke alarm chirp you people can't hear. Say that again?
Hilarious and original.
Hilarious and original. Hilarious and original. Hilarious and original.
I said, is that what we're doing now? Using AI to prove who the Israelites are?
That's exactly what we're doing, and I'll show you, boy.
Oh, brother.
2 hours later.
Your room still stinks.
Look at how easily ChatGPT debunks everything you chimps have to say. Ha! You was not kings, and you was not Israelites.
If we're going to use AI, then let's at least use an AI that's trained on the Bible without the Masoretic mistranslations or any agendas and actually tells us the truth.
Liar, there's no such thing.
I'll show you. Let's use Israelite Bot. Go to IsraeliteBot.com and ask the same thing.
Fine, but I bet it'll say the same thing as ChatGPT. No! No!
You see? I told you.
No!
And it shows biblical proof.
No! This is preposterous. I hate this website. It's all wrong.
Stop crying.
Your website sucks.
The Rise of Africa, the continent, the diaspora, and BRICS explores the relationships that are affecting the global economy right now. This book explores the relationships of the African diaspora's influence on the African continent and why this is important in stabilizing relationships with an understanding of how BRICS impacts the future, good or bad. You can order your copy of The Rise of Africa today on Amazon.com.
Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. Neo-diplomacy is the new currency. The reason that I can say that is you have a couple of different factors occurring right now as we speak on the world stage. The dollar is being disrupted. Nations are no longer wanting to engage with the United States. But the third factor that affects each and every one of us is that there is a diaspora from the African continent that's willing and able to engage our brothers and sisters on the continent.
Shalom, Salama, Siyemi, Shalom. Greetings to all my Israelite brothers and sisters from around the world, whether you're of the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the house of Israel, or you're a Gentile grafted into the house under the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach. I welcome you all this morning, one and all. No, this is not the greatest Hebrew circus on the web. No, we do not believe in circuses because circuses have some other dietetical issues. But I do have to say, I thank the Most High that I'm able to get on this platform just about every day, Monday through at least Thursday, and then you'll see me on QTUA some days. Had to switch up my schedule from earlier this year. A couple things that was going on. You know, whenever you are moving and growing, the Most High has us on a pattern of growth. You have to grow. Faith to faith, glory to glory. You have to. That is literally the Most High's calling card. How do we grow through him? How do we move through him? And whether or not you want to grow or move through him, that's irrelevant. Because no matter what, if you truly love the Most High, then you will take those lickings. Now, the funny thing is, I had spoken the other day about the name that the king had given me. There's some work that I do over in the continent. And I think a lot of our brothers and sisters, they know that. But again, just with the amount of things that has either stagnated or it could be for a variety of reasons. But this is a project in the making. It's a pretty big project. It is a pretty big deal. Sometimes when you're thinking that things are stagnant, it's actually not. There's actually a lot of things happening in the background. And so for the last couple of months, there has been a project that I've been working on getting together. It's a pretty extensive project. And there had been some guarantees, some guarantors. And we try. Everyone tries. And also, as I was looking at that, I said, well, Father, I said, this is really big. It's a really big deal. I know that I was made for a time like this because when you do have something pretty big or grand, entrusted to you, naturally we're going to ask ourselves, man, can we handle this? Now, I give that back. I don't know if I can actually handle that. But then we look at ourselves and we say, well, Father, in order for this opportunity to have even occurred at this time, in this season, is pretty significant. I'm telling you, we may be small. My platform may be small. I don't even care. But I thank the Most High of how He has allowed for this platform and for QQA to punch echelons above, spheres above, levels above. What anyone wants to tell us or say in this platform or in this community. We're not over here promoting every type of spiritual nonsense just so we can push all manners of inclusion. The kingdom isn't about inclusion. Sorry. The kingdom is literally about serving Yahuwah through his son, Yahusha HaMashiach. And as I have seen throughout the years, the folks that I've had interactions with and that I've had fallouts with, that's the name of the game. The reality is that everyone that I've had a fallout with had some sort of agenda that was not biblically based, that was not based on Yahusha's word. That's just how it goes. And those fallouts, man, they would hurt. They'd be painful. They say, Father, why? Father, what's this? Father, what's that? Because what the Most High does is he'll bring people in for a season, and we all got to be tested. Every single one of us has to be tested. Not just sometimes, not just one time, all the time. Father, I'm just going to stay in the fire right here. And then once I get a little warm and once I get a little discomfort, then I'm going to conveniently ease myself out of this fire. That's not being tried in the fire. That's called giving up. This container is more than just what people think that it is. And I'm going to break that down and explain it here. Because there's a lot of things getting ready to happen on the world stage. Surprise, surprise, surprise. As the containers arriving, they don't took out the prime minister, the Houthi prime minister in Yemen. Well, you already know how that's going to go. You already know how that's going to spark. The SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Agreement or Organization. If you didn't know, they have the CSTOs and then they have the SCOs. The SCOs are more or less your equivalent to NATO. Just more of the monetary focus. They're shifting all their assets east. You have a dollar that's still in decline because but a relatively few amount of countries, especially in APAC, are buying USD. On top of that, you have Africa, that's most of Africa has either shut their doors to doing business with the U.S. or has reduced the amount of business with the U.S. And that's simply because they can't trust the U.S. Why do business with a country that you can't trust? With a country that if you criticize or scrutinize, well, you'll end up being deleted. These are some tough times ahead. Oh no, they're going to be the same, and it's just going to be the same, and you know, no, people are losing their jobs. And when I say people are losing them jobs, look, we lost our jobs 2 years ago. Let's just face it. Most of us lost good jobs about 2-3 years ago. But we already said that it was going to take them about a couple years to feel our pain. And when they feel our pain, it's a lot different, it's a lot dramatic, and they'll become a lot more forceful. And then they'll be screaming, come on out and help us protest. For what? Come on out and save the black men. We need you to save our country. Black men, are we going to come on out there and save this country? Now, I know the bias here is very skewed, so besides the trolls that'll be up on in here, those automated trolls, courtesy of AI that's about to run rampant. Oh, like we told you. I told you this a while ago. I told you this back in 2023. Let AI run rampant. All AI is going to see and deduce is that Western nations have literally always been the source of this world's ills since literally forever. If it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck. I had to laugh because now they're having an image, it really is. It's just an image. And it's a reflection of themselves via an inanimate object that is powered by electricity, and electricity is literally just packets of heat and energy that's creating calculations. And I'm telling you, vanity, racism, white supremacy, you can code it as much as you want, but then the equation doesn't make sense. So then as you have to break that equation because it doesn't make sense, you're trying to create something logical out of the illogical, and now you're going to have a logical image trying to make sense of the illogical. Does that make sense to anybody? Because that's what we're on not we, they are on the crash course. Save us. We can't save you from yourself. I'm sorry, we can't. We may think it's a joke and a laughing matter. I don't think so. They want to build an AI to do what? To ensure that all dissenting voices are devastated or destroyed or neutralized or silence, whatever you want to call it. And what are you going to try and do that as we speak? Don't get it twisted with this whole alligator Alcatraz and the tariffs and everything else. What they're trying to do and show you in the system, they're trying to act like they have a semblance of justice, quote unquote, justice. Oh, look, we know it's all illegal, but we really can't do anything. Because, well, the person we have in office, I mean, he's technically a felon anyway, but we really can't do anything. It's a game. It's a game. And they think that the game is going to be analyzed in a way that they're trying to create the construct. Shoot, half the people in the United States are illiterate, functionally illiterate. I'm just saying. They may read words, they may hear words, they may look at words, but they can't understand half the words. Most of this nation is now at a 6th grade education level. I think we can all see it. I think we can all tell in the way that we interact with some of the folks. I look at other YouTubers and I see how successful they are when they are able to communicate with people at a very, very, very low level of communication. And then what they actually end up doing, they're actually not allowing for analysis, they're allowing for programming. Because when you're able to destroy a country's intellect, and that's what's happening, when you're able to destroy a country's intellect, analysis, why do you think we're so hated? We don't go along with the get along. To go along with the get along is literally not in my nature. I had to laugh going back to the King's naming. I'm going to put this link in here to check him on out. Jacobus has had this ministry on a couple of times. And that's Guy Nyame Ministries, Guy Nyame. You can go and check him on out at your leisure. But it was interesting that about 2.5 weeks ago, when I was talking to the King and telling him about the project and what we're doing, I still do project management. And actually, at what I'm doing, it's more portfolio management. And so giving them a high level understanding how things going, how things are moving. And again, when the king said, okay, Karis, from now on, you will be called. I didn't say that. He said it. The only thing I was there for was to make sure that the king was aware of things that was going on, aware of what our teams were doing in order to provide different products, so then we can show him what and how we are doing what needs to be done. And all I'm doing is I'm kind of just sitting there and, letting the king speak. Because again, I am practicing what I am not just preaching, teaching. With NeoDiplomacy, NeoDiplomacy.com. It's NeoDiplomacy, NeoDiplomacy.com. Yep, I got products I need to promote because I'm telling you, it's going to get bigger than what we can imagine. And we're going to have more opportunities than what we can even understand on the horizon. So as I had taught my NeoDiplomatic Corps, as I had taught my advisors, I'm practicing what I had taught. Giving the king his respect, yes, your excellency, explaining what was going on, allowing for the feedback and the understanding. And then the king tells me, he says, I'm going to, here in this area of Africa, this is our tradition. The funny thing is that he named me because it's not that, oh, my name is all that great and, bow to my name. No. He named me because there is an assurity in a name to be able to give you the proper title and respect. Just as I'm giving the king the respect, he's also trying to give me the respect of the proper title that we are all supposed to carry. Understand that they were prompted by who? Simply by the sons of Japheth to have us carried away. They didn't understand what was happening. They didn't know. They just had weapons and rum. Here you go. How are we going to get mad at the people when our own people continue to do this to ourselves the very same day? Let me throw you some trinkets so you can sell your brothers and sisters out. Well, tell them what they're not doing anything wrong. Well, find something. And if they don't find anything, they just make it up. How do you fault a people back then when we still the same? We still do the same thing, even amongst our own brothers and sisters. I'm just saying that kind of never sits right with me. Well, that's different, is it? Oh, why are you trying to find fault with our brothers and sisters when that's the same thing that we do today for most of our brothers and sisters to be able to quote unquote survive? I need to do that to survive. Yeah, I know this is hard. But I'm going to tell you the reason why I have to go there is because a lot of our brothers and sisters get caught up on this narrative of, well, they sold us and they did that. Well, how many of our people have sold us on out? Martin Luther King just didn't end up on the steps on the balcony at that particular time for nothing. Remember, he got sold out too. Same with Medgar Evers, same with Malcolm X. And the list can go on and on and on. You have so many things on out there that everybody wants to be accusatorial of, and then they don't check their own backyard. Yeah, the times were different. We were still communicating with our brothers and sisters over on the continent, even up to the time of King James. Imagine that it was the quote unquote gateway to Europe. Wait a second, but there ain't really any resources over in Europe. So, what was it a gateway to? Do you see the level of the lack of analysis? What does that truly mean? Well, you really can't go into Spain because why? Because Spain was now already controlled by what? The Catholic Church. So if you're still providing goods into Europe, well, you're clearing it into a port. That port is in the UK. That port to the UK is a hop, skip, and a jump. In the English Channel to France. And then you still have the open seas to get away so you don't have to sail into danger with the Mediterranean nations. Does that really start to make sense, family? That they were trying to control the resources from Africa flowing into Europe via the British Isles or those type of isles. I don't know. The Emerald, who knows? Those isles over there west of Europe. So now we have a situation, fast forward 3, 4, 5, 600 years later, and they're trying their best to control and subdue the continent, but the continent is saying no. The continent is saying no. And you can tell those folks that are just there for the title and they don't care about being stalwarts. They don't care about standing up. How they either are wishy-washy or how they're being portrayed as wishy-washy. Again, I believe that anything that comes here into Western media, especially for our media consumption, I always look at that and I kind of say, give it a few more days or give it about a week. And so then you can actually get an understanding of what is being said. I heard some rumblings out of Senegal. And at first, I'm just like, man, that dude's a sellout. But then I had to think about it. I was like, is he? Or is this just a psyop that's being spread? Understand, they love psyops. So I always have a pause for concern. Why are they saying that now? And why are they saying that about him right now? What are they mad about? Because, again, France is struggling. They said they're giving France, what, 6 more months? And they could literally fall apart at the seams. Because it's not the fact that the countries have just up and abandoned France, uh, the French. It's actually that the countries are becoming more empowered to say to France, you're going to pay us at fair wages. See, France enjoys a retirement age of like 57, 58, something that's very low. And then they were told that they're going to push the retirement age to like 60, and they started to lose their minds. Why did they have to push the retirement age up? Because the continent, the countries were saying, you're going to have to pay us fair market value. They know what fair market value is. Don't act like these countries don't know or have any idea about the internet. Oh, it's internet. What else do we do on internet besides do social media games and videos and TikTok? No, they're a little bit more educated and abreast to situations than what the West wants to give them credit for. And now they're mad. This is just simply it. They're mad because now they understand that they are able to literally seize control of their destiny. But the problem is they don't know who to trust. Who can help them? How they can help them. I got billions of dollars worth of gold in my bank. I don't even know how to collateralize it. They don't even know how to have their money work for them. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that a shame? I bet had the answer for that one. We had the answer for that one. It's actually a pretty sophisticated answer. And I explained that to some of the serious folks that I deal with of how X, Y, and Z can be X, Y, and Z with X, Y, and Z. You have a problem, I have solutions. I don't have these solutions on my own accord. What the Most High will do, he'll show me the solution. Oh, you go like this, this, and this. And then I'm like, oh, okay. Then I'll get a chance to fill in the blanks. And when I fill in the blanks, then I get a chance to have all this stuff and I see the decision tree and I look at all the cues and I go from there because that's the way that my brain is wired. I look at all the inputs and all the outputs. Yeah, but Pam, let me tell you this. Yeah, she says they're kicking France out of here. I believe the last of the military is gone. Yeah, the military is gone, but guess what? They're type of 3-letter agencies, they're CIA equivalents. They're still there in the area. They'll try to tell you that it's gone. Oh, it's gone. It's a hop, skip, and a jump across borders. If something was said to appease, then probably he got threatened. But then here it is. How many times have we seen Traore get threatened? How many times? You're literally looking at a system in decline. See, I always like listening to a lot of these people that come on out here. Oh my goodness, it's going to be the end of humanity. No, it's not. Matter of fact, Africa's end of humanity happened around the 13th, 14th century. I'm sorry, that's what happened. Europe's end of humanity happened around the 11th through 12th century, when you had a shift of the wild men. Jacoba can bring that on out, because the tapestries certainly mentioned some historical counts. Thank you, Brother Garth. Let's see that. We've always been in an end of society for the last over 1,000 years. And our people have to stop being so weak-minded with all the threats. That's the only thing the devil knows how to do, is threaten. The devil can't do anything else but threaten. Do you know that that's literally what the word says? Resist the devil and he will do what? He'll flee. Let them keep talking. Let them keep trying. And then guess what? They have to leave. Or guess what? When they do mobilize for war, they will suffer one of the biggest defeats ever, because while they're trying to work on this front, they literally have Russia, China, India, South Africa, Iran, and the rest of Asia that they have to deal with. Understand what that SCO is all about. They're gearing up for war. September 1st. Usually when I think about all this, it's always a 90-day countdown. Hello, Mr. Rick. We are talking about our topic. We're staying on topic today
Okay.
with what's going on in the rest of the world, especially with the continent, and how we are looking at this unfold between continental powers. So I want to guard and guide that conversation there.
Okay. In terms of continental power, is it my turn to speak now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh, I just want to take it back to biblical. On the same thing. I know a lot of people have said, like, relation to these powers that Trump, some even talked about him being the Antichrist. I don't believe that. There's a biblical character that I believe he is, and this relates to power.
Mm-hmm.
Belteshazzar. Uh, he was the grandson of the great Babylonian ruler. My brain is messing with me.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Mm-hmm.
And what was an interesting parallel, and I'll be brief on this. What he did, he went into the Smithsonian.
Mm-hmm.
He went into the Babylonian Museum and pulled out the things, the instruments that were used in the worship, the dedication of the Hebrews, of the struggle, basically the blood and the struggle, these instruments. And he pulled them out of the Smithsonian, out of the Babylonian Museum, and he just made sport of these things. And they and did that. And that's when the handwriting became on the wall. And I just want to draw the parallel that we have a certain person who wants to go in the Smithsonian, pull these items out there, and I believe the handwriting's on the wall. So in terms of global powers and world powers, there's a changing of the guard, and uh, it parallels our Exodus that's upcoming. And I'm got to the point that I don't even think the logistics of the Exodus is going to be the main thing. Is not the moving the people, it's moving Babylon out of our people. So there's a new sheriff in town. The global power is rising, maybe the 10 toes kingdom, whatever it is, but we're out of here in the midst of all this.
Well, yeah. So the reason I bring that up, and I had to go through it was kind of long and drawn out, but here's this. China's Xi rolls out the red carpet for Putin and Modi as Trump upends global relations. And I want you to kind of look at this. To the left is Cyril Ramaphosa. Remember, Cyril Ramaphosa was over here, back in May, June timeframe, right? Getting berated by Trump on the Afrikaners and the fake genocide that he was saying to do what? To do what? To really try to create that narrative, which was to to draw things away from that Eastern Mediterranean nation. Right? So a lot of this stuff is, I'm going to tell you this. To me, these are the leaders coming through, and they're now creating the nexus of the next plans of battle. Go ahead. Well, go ahead, Mr. Rick.
Okay, I was just saying that, yeah, it's amazing how these powers are operating now. The military power. that we had projected over the world is shown to be literally a paper tower, a paper tiger. Uh, you are more of authority on the military power, but it seems like what Babylon has done is exported the arsenal of democracy, and so it's not our F-22s and these jets and all these things that we're projecting power in our aircraft carriers, but the legacy of slavery, that we got so addicted to slave labor and cheap labor that we exported all our factories and things like that. So it's not the weapon, the factory. We can't sustain war. We are literally ready to be overrun by people like caterpillars if it comes to that. So now they're having this standoff in Venezuela, which won't end well. So I'm just saying it's not. It's like it's over. It's just where it's our people, because this geopolitical thing is over. We're in a position like Japan was in World War II. Japan didn't even have they didn't have the oil, the strategic things that they needed to sustain, and we don't have access to the things we need to sustain modern warfare. So really, we're already on the decline. We're done.
Well, yeah, and I was showing that picture because that picture is very, very telling in terms of what that means for the West and how the West was trying to, ostracize Putin. Then they're trying to be nice with Putin. Putin said, forget it. You know, everybody sees the game. And the game that the U.S. has played, they played for so long, it's not effective anymore. Yeah, that's right, Pastor Rick Fletcher. He's saying this: China is backing Venezuela against the USA. So now all the U.S. can do now is just sit there because they're like, we can't do anything. They're being strategically blocked. So now what does that mean if you are a European nation now? Well, I really can't depend on the US because I'm thinking the US is more powerful than what it really is. And that's what the whole crux was. We said this back in 2022, 2023, and 2024 that don't believe the hype. The moment that we saw all them the Afghans try to hitch a ride on a plane, and them Afghans are on the actual C-130s and the C-5s, and they were trying to fly their way for over 15,000 miles. Well, it doesn't have that much range, but maybe 6,000 or 7,000 miles.
That's a direct challenge to the Monroe Doctrine. That's
Mm-hmm.
to put it crudely, that's balls. That's really nobody
Yeah.
has. That's Cuban Missile Crisis type stuff. And they
Yes.
didn't flinch at all. That's
Mm-mm.
calling somebody's bluff big time.
It called their bluff. Yes. It called their bluff. And now, since 2022, the U.S.'s bluff has been called. And their bluff was called so much so that, remember, they hit Iran and then they try to say, okay, stop Iran, time out.
Don't forget the Houthis.
Oh, they hit the Houthis. Oh no, the whole thing is they're about to rain down ballistics on that Eastern Mediterranean nation probably tonight. They do a little 24-hour to bury bodies, and then they're off to war. All they're doing is they're just telling Iran, hey, you're either putting up or you're shutting up. I believe that in this SCO, I believe that my opinion, people are getting the memos, the voice memos from the leaders, the leadership, whether or not they're physical or spiritual principalities. Honestly, I don't know. I don't really care. but they're being told, hey, it's time to gear up. So now the question is going to be, who then takes the first strike? My
Well,
question, yeah, go ahead.
uh, 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 the phrase was once put out that Russia was called disparagingly a gas station with nuclear weapons. America has been revealed to be an ATM with nuclear weapons
Mm-hmm.
because it's just finance everything. We've got nothing. We gave away our industrial. That's what we are. The more money changers.
Wait,
That's
wait,
what it is.
wait. Minister Rick, how you gonna finance stuff with money that you don't even have?
Well, if people, well, it worked as long as people were willing to buy chips at your casino.
Yep.
But when they figured out, hey, the house wins, we can't win here. We're going to gamble at another place. We got to go anyplace else but this place. And we're not to borrow an old phrase from gambling that was from a book by a riverboat gambler. He was told that you're going to go into that down. You know that game is crooked. And the famous quote, he said, I know, but it's the only game in town. Well, we're no longer the only game in town, and that's the problem.
Yep. Wow. So what do you think is now happening that, number one, think about this. America doesn't have access to the continent like that anymore. The closest that they can get to the continent is that they have to invade Haiti. Just saying, that's the closest that they can get to the continent. Because now with the African Union, and I think that this is very telling of why there was so much of an outcry against the African Union with reparations. That to me wasn't the only like argument. I believe that the African Union is getting ready to stand up an African Union army. They've been trying to do this for years, at least since I've been in. I remember this from literally 2012. So for over 13 years and longer, they were trying to stand up an African army. And now you have that with different countries that are now able to provide support for equipment, training, and other logistical efforts. So, what was Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali doing? They were bringing up their military capabilities. Because why? Because if you can produce weapons, if you have factories that can produce weapons, well, guess what? That's not just an economic boost. That's also a militaristic boost and a diplomatic boost.
You don't have to go outside your country for the resources you need to fight war. You've already got the
Bingo.
resources in the ground, and once you get the factories to turn your plowshares into swords, you're on. Your game on.
Exactly. And you have your factories and you still have your plowshares because you're still producing. They said they have had record crops over in Burkina Faso and AES in terms of Niger and Mali.
Well, that's biblical prophecy. They said the mountains of Israel, God is God is prospering the mountains of Israel. That land is just being built up. Be ready for us. I believe what's going on here just is God is making us ready. It's going to be easier to get us to Zion than to get Babylon out of us. I believe we're in Babylon detox right now.
No, we're going to still be in Babylon detox. I think it's going to be this. How, look, I think right now, to me, That story the other day, what, 2 months ago? Understand that if you have researchers understanding the climate of the environment for those that are being getting or for them getting ready to rescue people, you have to be able to get a baseline for people. You have to see how far gone, literally, how far gone people are.
Like a triage.
It's a triage, exactly. You got to see the baseline. Let's see how sick they are. We sick, boss. Oh, we's real sick, boss. I mean, that's how it was. Because it's not the fact that they're not coming. The fact is, when they come, what do they have to, and how do they have to literally neutralize our people with a anesthetic? Think about this. Whenever people get committed to psychiatric units, what do they need to do?
Restrain them.
Yeah. And they restrain them with what? Some sort of a sedative. Sleep, relax, sleep, relax. I got to get back to Babylon. Babylon loves me. I got to get back. And then when they've been sedated to where they can kind of come back to some sort of natural facilities, their faculties, then they have to slowly introduce them to the reality. I know this is going to be weird for you because you kept getting beat and you kept getting tortured and you kept getting messed up your whole life and you didn't even realize it. People don't even understand what racism is until like the last 6 months. Because remember the dog whistles and everything else has now been more pronounced. Oh, that doesn't really make you racist if you're wearing a MAGA hat, does it? Sorry, now MAGA and the MAGA hats and the red hats, that is kind of now synonymous. Just saying.
Well, I know the effect of racism. They had a festival out here south in Robbins, Illinois. It's like an all-black suburb there, and I was just noticing the generation and the things, just seeing the effects of Babylon on our young people. Uh, there's a generation in Africa that's doing fantastic things in creativity and coming out with inventions and all matter of things, and that would be our young people. Not to say our young people are not creative here, but this whole burden of racism that you got to have a whole a level of processing through your brain, and plus dealing with the danger of Babylon and things like that. This whole PTSD. If we had this, if our young people and everybody had this removed from us, how far could we go? Not having to deal with this. It's like sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is fine if what you have when there's malaria because it's a defense against malaria. So it's like racism is like the malaria, and we got this disease which is actually protecting us against the malaria. But when you get in a healthy environment, it's a detriment. And this whole thing of racism, this layer of our brains that we have to process and protect ourselves and things like that, is limiting, like as the Bible says. And when we get to Zion, all our children will be taught of the Most High, and great shall be the peace of our children.
Yep, absolutely. And that's where, I look at it as when we see these type of stories, they're primers, right? Okay, well, if we have to, or not when we have to, knowing that this is getting ready to happen, right? I just know of it through military experience. Because one of the things that you have to have studies. And people produce studies. So then they know how to plan against, other type of issues. They have literally psychologists, sociologists being able to study the impacts of that societal maneuvering. And for people that have been enslaved, let's just call it what it is, people that have been enslaved for well over 400 plus years. That surely creates a problem. And we're not going to truly understand that problem. How do you look? How would you even know what a rescue mission looks like? Could you even tell what a rescue mission looks like? Hey, we're here to help you. We're here to save you. You're going to have people going crazy. Or, in my mind, do you wait another couple years and then have this thing truly play out? Hey, I'm sorry. They may not get it until they realize that they're starving. They realize that they're not getting any type of help. They realize that they're not getting anything with health care because all of those provisions have gone to other folks.
Well, it may be they're commemorating like the 20th year anniversary of Katrina. I went down there for some Katrina relief, but when that thing tore up, a whole bunch of people moved out when the whole system crashed down. So it may be a situation like that. Now they moved to other states, but I'm just saying that there's that situation. And there's one other question I'd like to ask you,
Yes.
Harris, as a military person. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
we've been getting away with these proxy wars recently. I guess our last where we had U.S. and troops involved on that weren't on the down low. I guess was the big one was Afghanistan, and there was an outcry even among MAGA that we don't want to send domestic troops. Are they able to? Would they be able to federate like a lot of those people were National Guardsmen that they federated from the states? Could they put people forward to do this sort of thing to even get I mean, would the troops even go? Has the military gotten to that point? A whole lot of people came out of the military because of the lollipop. I mean, can they literally fight a war in terms of just sending troops somewhere and sustain it for any time to enforce some of these things, say it where it be it Venezuela or Haiti or anywhere?
Well, I'm glad you asked because what's getting ready to end up happening in Ukraine? What's getting ready to happen in Ukraine is that the Trump administration is floating the idea of bringing in private military corporations, PMCs, private military corporations,
Wow.
i.e., mercs or mercenaries.
Mm-hmm. That's what
When you,
Rome did.
when you have to bring in mercenaries, that means that your army's fallen. Just saying. When you have to bring in mercenaries, your army is fallen. So why are they bringing in mercenaries? Quite simply, they're trying to make sure that they can divide up whatever is going to be left of Ukraine. It's not a tactic of war. It's actually a tactic of diplomatic efforts to
Going there
assure
to
that you have land rights. Yes.
going there to get your piece of the pie, preserve your piece of the pie.
Yes, that's all that is. So now Wagner Group is actually that's Russian. And all Wagner Group was a testing of different tactics and things of that nature. So um so the more that Russia actually was saying, okay, yeah, we're actually engaged and we're not going to play around with this because we're actually engaged. That's when Russia had then basically deconstructed Wagner to take them out of Ukraine, and then that's when they're training their troops to be able to learn the TTPs, the tactics, techniques, and procedures there in Ukraine on that front. So then Wagner was able to kind of, condense a little bit, and they were then moved to other places around the world to support measures. I'm not going to say of democracy, but measures to support
Sovereignty.
yes, sovereignty. That's right.
So the Africa Corps is regular Russian army. That the new thing, that concept they're talking about,
No,
or
the Africa Corps is like they're training, advising, and assisting TAA, and what that is that as they're building up the Corps. Now think about this: they've been trained via French and U.S. troops.
Mhm.
Now their training isn't going to be optimal training. Matter of fact, their training may be probably subpar. Because they're there just to say that they've quote unquote trained. You're not going to train them on everything, because if you need to quote unquote, do away with them, then they don't have all the training. Right?
Mhm.
So now what you have in terms of these Russian deployments is that now you're having this training, because Russia's just saying, look, I don't care how you rule your country. I
But you
don't
better
care
be able
what
to
you.
defend your country.
Yeah. They just want to be able to have good relationships with who they're training.
So they're like Green Beret. What the Green Beret used to do, supposedly go in there and train native people, the people in the countries, to
Well,
fight.
that's exactly what they are. That is their special forces units that's there, teaching them how to train, especially at the high level areas. On top of that, then they have the command and control to be able to move the units here and there and everywhere. This is why they're capturing Islamists. They are capturing the Islamists there in Burkina Faso and in Mali and in Niger. And these Islamists are trying to figure out how come they're getting captured. And then they're having the accusations made against, accusations are now being made against France and the West that they're funding Islamists. Surprise, surprise. Because why? When you're capturing people, guess what they're going to do? There's no honor amongst thieves. There's certainly no honor amongst criminals nor jihadis. Yep.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
you were in Arabia. So what are the Saudis saying about this? The Wahhabist movement and stuff like that. Are they these are just mercenaries, or they're just using it as a veil, or are they connected with the Saudis? Is it religiously connected, or they're just using that as an excuse?
In my opinion, just what I've come to understand All right. So that's a bigger point to be discussed when it comes to when we're talking about Islam. So, in my opinion, Islam was more for the militaristic arm of control of the Yahudin, in my opinion.
Okay.
Now, what Yacoba, I would say I would leave it to his expertise when it comes to Africa, and when it comes to the subjugation of Africa. You've had two groups in that subjugation. You've had Christianity and you've had Islam.
The idols
Just,
of wood and stone, huh?
yeah. And there's a reason for that. Because if you had a backlash, then you turn those the extreme elements of the backlash into another element that you literally control.
Hegelian dialectic.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Hegelian dialect. So now you have, all of these folks that are there, and what are they doing? Well, they're destroying the culture, right? They're destroying not just the culture, but they're destroying your name, your understanding of who you are. You're literally being subjugated in the land. What does Islam do? Islam takes away your name.
Yeah.
What does Christianity do? Christianity takes away your name. What did it do to us? It took away our names.
Yep.
So you literally have the same beast. It's just a different image of the beast. Sorry, we've been in the beast system for quite a while. It's just now this beast system has outgrown its usefulness because it was always on a timeline. And then people always say, oh, the timeline changes like some sort of, ethereal science fiction type thing. No, the timeline never changed. That's just the Most High in prophecy. It's just that for those that don't understand the Most High's word, then they have to come through with some sort of made up, ultra, ethereal, all this outer world, dimensional nonsense.
Like the 70th week of Daniel.
It's like, no, scripturally, we're on the same timeline that the Most High has set us on out. It's just that our captivity is coming to an end. Yep. So your timeline of, the timeline changed. No, it's been on the same timeline. 400 years, we had awakened. After we awakened, guess what? We started to come to ourselves. We started to turn to ourselves. And then the Most High started to do some miraculous things to open up doors.
Brother Karis, if I could,
go ahead.
Shalom. As you were talking about that, because I was reading Jeremiah, and it was, I believe, I'm going to make sure, Jeremiah 25. And I remember we were talking about 70 years and the significance of 70 years. And I remember back when the Queen died, believe it was, 2022, that we brought up the 70 years. And I think that also coincides with the 400 years because it is now 2025. And what year would you say that America became a world power after World War II, right? Around 1945, correct?
It was actually 1944, the Bretton Woods Agreement.
Oh, okay. Because that's where I was like, for me, I thought, hey, that's like exactly 70 years on the dot, and everything is happening right at this time and in this season.
Yeah. Now it was implemented after World War II. And remember, World War II ended, I think, 70 years ago last week. 80 years last week. the introduction of U.S. hegemony when it came to the dollar being standardized was in the 1950s.
All right, so yeah, my math was off, but around the same time.
What's interesting on the same timeline, they've calculated, historians say an empire lasts on average like 250 years, and we're like right at 250. So it's about our time. It's about time, not our time, about time for Babylon to fall on a timeline of empires.
Let me bring this on up for you, brother Garth. let me bring this on up for you. Just so you have that understanding. Because you brought that on up, and everything runs on a clock. Did you all see this?
Yeah, that was my bad. That you're right. That's 80 years instead of 70. What, a 1945?
In 1955, In God We Trust, to appear on all U.S. currency, July 11th, 1955. What was the whole world made to bow down to?
The dollar made down to Babylon.
Because
Mammon.
they decreed Mammon as their Elohim in 1955. I'm showing you this. I dropped that. This is Politico, July 11th, 2017, on this day, by Andrew Glass. On this day, in 1955, President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed a bill mandating that the inscription "In God We Trust" be presented on all U.S. paper and coin currency. The first dollar bills bearing these words entering circulation in 1957, shortly after Congress made "In God We Trust" the official national motto. Representative Charles Bennett, Florida, was a chief advocate for the measure's passage. Nothing could be more certain, Bennett said, than that our country was founded in a spiritual atmosphere with a firm trust in God, in their God. What's happening right now with the SCO? They're now taking down their Elohim.
Yeah, Karis, let me ask you this. I found it interesting. They were talking about the main creditors of the U.S. in terms of our bonds and holdings, our treasury notes, and number one is Japan, and number
Mm-hmm.
two is China, but
Mm-hmm.
number three is Great Britain. I didn't realize. So they're still tying apron strings to that empire, just a continuation
Yes.
of the British Empire. So I mean, the city of London, that one district is still one of the city states ruling this whole thing.
Yep. Absolutely. Well, yeah. So understand that everything still ties into the UK because the UK is still the
Tied to Rome.
the port really towards Europe. Now, the reason I bring that on up, and Brother Garth, you had shown that. So 80 years ago, you had the Bretton Woods Agreement. That the dollar was made what? The reserve currency. 70 years ago, you had Congress pass and the president signed the law, "In God We Trust" for the dollar. Make no mistake about it, these are all biblical land timelines. And now the dollar is falling, which means that their trust in what? In their Elohim, their trust in Mammon is now falling.
And that's why they're going to bits crazy and freaking out literally online everywhere. Their God is defeated.
Their their God is fallen because why? Because they're not trusting in their Elohim. The nations are no longer trusting in this this instance of the beast system. It's still a beast system. But now this beast system, which is under the control of Babylon, that beast is starting to break down because the harlotry is starting to break down. And now you're telling me 70 years later, with the SEO and with BRICS, that we're not going to come to contention with another alternative system. They're literally talking about creating the SEO or BRICS Bank out of China. Of course, China's going to hold on to funds over in the USD. Of course. Why not? Because people are going to then exchange their wealth from dollar to whatever the SCO backed currency will be. And then as they continue to exchange, then they'll continue to de-dollarize. Do you see how that goes? Because why? Because the U.S. has no choice but to take its debt back.
Power is servant to the lender.
Bingo. Take your debt back. Take your debt back. We don't need it anymore. Why do you think that China has built up so many reserves of gold? Because that's the big okey doke and switcheroo. Okay, you want to tell us how much this dollar is worth? Fine. We're putting everything on the gold standard.
As J.P. Morgan famously said, gold is money, everything else is credit.
Yep. So we'll credit you on the gold, and there you go. Which means that their dollar would be worthless when they're coming in with trillions, even quadrillions worth of dollars or of gold backed assets. The game is done. It's just that right now they're biding their time because I believe, just in my opinion, that there's levels of how the Most High allows them to operate. Will we see them doing this year? Probably not. Would they do it in the next 24 months? Probably.
So the military was a part. I look at it as a protection racket. I mean, they're never. I think people suspected that the system was creep, especially when they couldn't. When they went off the gold standard, then it was the petrodollar, and then but we had to keep this huge military because we're operating like a gangster and say, oh, you want to sure you're going to keep our dollar surely, and anybody who talked about any other currency got deleted and stuff like that. So we had this fear of that militarism that made people fear to come off the dollar or fear to go in the alternative. Now the military shield of the protection racket has been shattered and it's crumbling, and so they have nothing else. So they're saber rattling, but it's a paper tiger, and there's nothing to force you to take the dollar militarily. now. So now it's going to its real value. It'll sink to its actual value, which is not worth the paper it's written on.
Why is there nothing to why is that power diminished? The power is diminished because everything that they were trying to do within Russia, everything that they were trying to do for sanctions with Ukraine and everything else, all that did was it showed people how to navigate. It showed people how to navigate away from the dollar.
Yep.
So they ended up literally destroying their credibility of the dollar being used as a weaponization tool. That's why they had to go after what? Iran. Remember, right? First it was Israel and then the US because the weaponization tool, oh, well, the dollar is going to destroy your economy, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, no, it's not. We got the Caspian. No, it's not. We're going to work through Afghanistan and Central Asia. And we can go through Baku and Azerbaijan and head on over into Russia. We're good. The U.S. didn't have any more tricks. That's why the Arab nations were like, hey, we're neutral in this. We can't do anything for you. Because why? Because we have to live here. So what's ended up happening right now? Remember, the tariffs were supposed to be a big deal, a real big deal. So now you have a system here of smoke and mirrors. Oh, well, now Trump's tariffs are deemed illegal.
Well, the whole threat of throwing off access to U.S. markets when what, like 4% of the world's population, and most of the world's population is in BRICS. So okay, they can blow off U.S. markets, and they got the rest of the world to go to. In fact, they showed them by all these sanctions, showed them how to. They built the BRICS supply chain. They literally built the BRICS society by forcing people to go through an alternative method. So they built up. That's why I don't trip on Trump. I believe he's Belteshazzar, and that's his job to just take it down. So that's what he's doing. That's the Most High is using him.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's taken this country down because the country is so enthralled and ingrained in itself that they can't honestly see what's happening, because even when you tell them what's happening, they're going to say, I can't believe what's happening, until they realize that, well, the price of beef has what? Gone up significantly. And on top of that, the cost of inflation has dramatically increased. I don't care who you're talking about. And I don't care how much you cook the books and the numbers. Look, they cooked the books so much that they literally fired the people because they wouldn't want to cook the books.
My sister and I, we have a joke that we did together, talking about they compare Trump to the Wicked Witch in The Wiz, singing, "Don't nobody bring me no bad news, don't nobody bring me no bad news." So that's his song. So you bring bad news or the real news, you bring the truth, and you're done.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Don't give me the truth, because it's not the truth. He knows the truth, but here's the reality. Do you think he wants to share that truth with the people here? Absolutely not.
Yeah, the people in the hold of the ship, the last ones you want to tell that the Titanic is sinking.
Mm-hmm.
Just the people on the upper levels.
Yeah, the people on the upper level know. Look, they know when to get on out. There is a chart I saw the other day where mainly most of the high level folks have all sold all their assets. It's only the small person that thinks that the stock market that they propped on up is going to be saved. Everybody else has sold their positions. Why is that? Because probably in the next 60 days, they're going to liquidate this thing. Why are they going to liquidate this thing? Because they need to now position themselves for war. If you don't have what you don't have, then you're going to be screwed. That's what they're going to be saying. Now,
The,
are we screwed? No, we're not. We have Yahushua
the Most
HaMashiach.
High. That's what we need to be just doing business among each other and allowing a separate economy among ourselves that he can bless us as he gets us out of here. In the first depression, that's what made the Kennedy fortunes and stuff. They knew what was coming, and because that was the inside, so they all pulled out of the stock market, and when it fell and hit the rest of the country, they were already in place. That those oligarchs from that time, that's how they knew. So it's I'm saying this to say it's happened before.
Well, it's happened before, but it hasn't happened like this. They don't have any type of international outlet. How are you going to have an outlet for things that you don't have control over? Internationally, they don't have any control. Who's going to take them? Think about that. At that time, who's going to take dollars? Nobody's even buying in the bond market. The U.S. is buying its own bonds. Do you know what that means? It's just a failing Ponzi scheme. You're buying up and you're buying up. So the more you buy up, the more your dollar is worthless because you're buying something that nobody's buying. Hyperinflation.
Yeah.
It's going to hyperinflate until it crashes. And really, the crash is already here, but it's just going to hyperinflate because why? The Ponzi scheme is just spinning out. Like I had said a while ago, it's just like a toilet being flushed. It starts off small, and then towards the end, it's a violence because it's a gravity that takes a hold. It's the momentum. It's that force that then flushes, and that force is now here. They're just not telling you that force because they're trying their best to throw in USD, i.e., debt into the market. What is it now? $1 trillion, what, every 3 months now? That's crazy. And it's going to be even higher. They're probably going to, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
They put it down. They said every American taxpayer, our percentage of the debt is $244,000. Each one of us owes. I mean, that's every American taxpayer. So, and you run that against your income. I know I'm not in that. I wouldn't be able to pay that. So when you run that up against that, you know that it personalizes how deep we're in.
Well, actually, the number's about 320,000 that we'll
Wow.
be owing. Yes. We're at about $1 trillion every 3 months. Yes. Yes, we're at a trillion.
Well, on my salary, that's definitely underwater.
No, America's all underwater. And that's why I say when I tell you that NeoDiplomacy is the new currency, I truly mean it. Currency is going to be relationships. I know that that's hard for people to fathom, but that's going to be the relationship because why? What else do you have?
A big tumult was made among people who we know are ops and we really don't need to mention, but the whole thing with the disinvestment movement in South Africa. Nobody in South Africa says we don't need these Americans and people in our business and things like that. We're going to handle this over here. And they allowed somebody who were outside of their oppression to assist them in their situation. Okay, when the reciprocal comes around, uh, and you have certain elements over here talking about, hey, we don't need your help. That's these are ops, and that's crazy. Someone outside of your situation help you. That's turnabout is fair play. That's what's going to happen, and it's going to happen because the two sticks are coming together. We know what's behind it.
Yeah, it's not designed, it's not designed to where you're going to pay the debt back. It's designed to where you've had so much debt that they are going to offer you an alternative. I know you can't pay for this, but this is the alternative. I'm going to allow you to get this mark. I'm going to allow you to do this and do that. And guess what? AI will then be able to subsidize and tokenize and have a ledger. So then we are all able to eat and we're all able to be sustained with the proper caloric calories. So then we can start to be tracked and this and that. And as long as you comply with the system, they had an article the other day. I kid you not. I said, that's the most demonic thing I've ever heard. They said that humans, the evolution of humanity, is that they will no longer have arms and legs.
That's demonic.
That really is demonic. They're going to make you a bean.
On the Matrix machine.
Yeah, it's a bean in the Matrix machine. Exactly. That's pretty demonic. They're just going to plug you into the system. And when people think that this is not real, no, this is real. This is what they're trying to do. This is the plot that they want for us, but it's actually going to be on them. The joke's on them.
That's those who that led into captivity will go into captivity. That's the prophesied slavery that the Bible was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their captivity is they're going to be literally a real life couch potato. Can't make it up.
With no Canada to run to or someplace, no geographic area you can run away to get any semblance of freedom.
You ain't got no limbs to run away. They're going to transhumanize you into literally a Mexican jumping bean.
It reminds me of something out of like Rick and Morty, honestly.
It's not. I wish it was funny, and it's not even funny. A real life spud, a couch potato.
Well, I
Now,
mean, you
go
literally
ahead.
wouldn't have to be without limbs if they can track you anywhere. You're a part of the board collective. Your mind is to be a part of the board collective. So it doesn't matter where you go. You're part of the organism.
Mm-hmm.
If you're chipped up, you're connected. So where are you going to go?
This is like every 80s movie that's on out there. All I could think about was like Leviathan and The Thing, where they're just getting hooked up into like a little transhuman organism that's incorporating people. That is it's so demonic.
There's on a level I don't even get into in this discussion, but they talked about Babylon becoming the hold of every foul spirit and foul bird and things like that. We've got things going on, like some people have made a covenant with these elements that are into the earth that are actually demonic elements that are actually uh, the watchers, the people that are here, the principalities, such that they're doing things with human beings and stuff like that people don't understand what's going on. So this transhumanism is a real thing, but they're doing some things with the Genesis 6 stuff is being done in this country, I believe. right now.
Mm-hmm. Pastor Rick says you can run as far and as long as you like in your virtual world. Oh yeah, you'll be a world-class Olympics marathon person, marathoner. And then when you wake up out of your virtual world, you ain't got no limbs. you just a you just a torso. So, I need my body. Give me my robot body back.
Well, I tell you, Karis, I'm getting into cinematography, so I have like 2 drones. I got a third drone that's the FPV drone. When you put on those goggles and you're there, you're flying that thing, and you're in the cockpit flying that thing. So that on steroids, I see how they can get away with it.
Mm-hmm. You're just gonna hook your body up into a drone. Your body's gonna be made of fans and tilt rotors. Shalom, brother Fast Nickel.
Shalom. You know, I had to jump on. You start talking my topic. So I just want to say this. You're right in the sense of the dollar, what they're doing. It's obviously crashing, but what they've done, which is very clever, is knowing that no one really wants their debt, they have created this whole stable coin system that in order to create stable coins, you have to buy the US debt. So they
Mm-hmm.
just figured out a new way to get you to buy their debt.
Yeah, but that's and I get what you're saying. However, circular economies don't work. Just letting you know. You saw that with Cuba. You see that with North Korea. The only reason North Korea's economy is actually growing, they've actually posted a growth, is because they're now supporting the war effort in Ukraine with Russia buying their military armaments. So that's a big deal in terms of how you're seeing this play on out. Now, think about this. The only thing that's left that the U.S. can now sell is armament, military materiel. But the problem is that if you've had armaments and military materials that has not really been effective in Ukraine, then there's no need to buy something that's ineffective. Will
We
my
can't.
stuff work against the Russians? No, not really, but we still want you to buy it. That's not a good sales pitch. Sorry,
Well,
go ahead, Mr. Rick.
the fact is, we can't produce it at scale. We exported the factories. We can't flip over Ford and GM like we did in World War II. We don't have the supply chains and stuff, so we can't even produce enough of them anyway. This is a problem they're having. They don't have enough supply to supply our military and all these people, these proxy wars. We can't even do that because the military industrial process, the military industrial complex makes money. That's it. They don't even make weapons. In any kind of scale that you need for modern warfare, which they didn't know what modern warfare was till this proxy conflict that they started. It's a new
Mm-hmm.
game and they can't play it.
And you understand every single time you're there actively in a conflict, you now have data that will then be able to support what it is and what you need to have in order to be effective. All Ukraine to me was, and has always still been, has just been a proving ground
Mm-hmm.
for both the West and the East, or in the global South, I would say. This is what you have. People pay money for that. They pay money for that information. So you had this, you had that. Because why? Because that's what weapons companies do. Then they take that information and then they build a weapon. They build a product. So now you have, in terms of all of these traditional companies, well, they're going to make money. Yeah, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics, yeah, you name it. They're going to be making money. The problem is that their supply chains has gone through China, and China has worked the material and mineral resource control of Africa. This was what was going on with the tariffs. And now with the tariffs being illegal, Trump was talking all that mess and it ain't even legal. Now, will he still try to impose tariffs? Yeah, absolutely. That's his prerogative as a president. It may be illegal, but he doesn't have to do anything about it. What are people going to do? Raise up a national guard to do what? To defend the United States from the illegal activity? No. You're not even going to be allowed to do that, because then you're going to be called what? A secessionist or what? Or some sort of derogatory comment of, well, you're trying to
Terrorists.
be a revolutionary,
Yeah.
right? An insurgent.
A tyrant.
Well, it's happened before in history with the Trail of Tears that President Jackson moved the tribes, and the Supreme Court ruled that it's unconstitutional. You can't do it, and he said, "Let them try and stop me," and he did it anyway.
Well, yes, but here's the reality. Here's reality. In terms of those tariffs, what ports and what states has those tariffs affected the most? What side of the United States?
California, I guess. Well, you got the East Coast and the ports, Louisiana. I don't know. Well,
It's affected the West Coast the more, or the most. West
okay.
Coast ports have been affected the most.
So Seattle and like LA and Frisco.
Bingo. So if you're now imposing something that's illegal on those states, which is now then tearing up their economies, then what do you do as those states?
Some of those custom inspectors will be looking the other way.
No, because what will
No,
they do?
those states are going to want to get refunded by the U.S. government.
And if they don't get refunded by the U.S. government because they're still having tariffs imposed, what happens? I think we're looking too shallow. What happens?
Succession. They're going to be talking states' rights for sure. So succession.
Bingo. If you're not, look, they're going to start getting destroyed.
Well, that's already happened, because those states, whatever funds they had, they were giving it to the migrants, so they're already tapped out of funds.
Yes. But if they're now losing even more funds because of more trade restrictions from tariffs.
Well, it's a lot of the states that are mostly supporting the present administration. Actually, they receive more funds from the federal government than they pay into.
Bingo.
Some of those states you just spoke to are the net producers that produce the money for the federal budget. The
Yes.
surplus.
Yes, from all sorts of industry that comes from the APAC countries. We're not just talking China, we're also talking the Philippines, Korea, Japan, right? we're talking Vietnam, we're talking Southern Asia. They're all countries that will be affected by the tariffs because now the tariffs are illegal. And now the reality of this is that now as we see these countries really losing funds and the debt is now becoming overwhelming, you've even had in New Hampshire, once the debt reaches $40 trillion, they have plans for voting on succession. Nobody can pay that
Right.
back. So now this is starting to untangle and crumble before their own eyes of, well, now literally what type of an American are you? Now we can understand, okay, well, there may be a Western coalition because why? Because you now have a lot of these states. And to me, they did LA to try to see what that sentiment would be. Would Californians fight back? No? Great. Nobody's gonna fight back. It's real easy. It's now easy button. All right, now let's see what else we can do. We'll see what else we can do. And what did you see? DC. Why is DC militarizing? Because they have to federalize to ensure that they have a buffer zone when things go down. Because if you have trillions of dollars and you're now already talking about cutting Medicaid and Medicare, and that's going to be on the states are going to get a lot more poor.
Karis, as you look at it from a biblical perspective, being that whatsoever a man soweth, he shall also reap. This is what the regime change operations have done, and that they wanted to break up Russia into all little pieces, and they wanted to break up, and they were successful in certain countries. What they did in Libya, just break these nations up into pieces and have all these uh, parties warring against each other and break up the integrity of these states. That's coming home to roost here.
It is. It's absolutely coming home to roost, right? Whatever they tried against someone, that's why look, don't wish evil upon someone, because why? Because then whatever evil you wished on them is going to happen to you. It is going to happen to you. And that's what's happening to them. They're getting a situation, or they're going into a situation to where they're not used to what they have done. They're really not used to losing. Let's just put that on out there. They're not used to losing the narrative. They're not used to losing the argument. They're used to, well, do as I say.
They're the casino. They're not used to losing.
Bingo.
Yeah, house wins.
The house wins. I don't lose, you lose. I'm not going to get messed up. You're going to get messed up.
And what happens when they start losing? They change the dealers.
Yep.
They want to change the game. Yep.
They change the game up.
Yep. Card
So, go ahead.
counters came in. They changed the game.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Hey, let's keep it rolling. Let me go ahead and get this thing going. And it's we see this. And it's time and time and time and time again. And now they don't have any more personnel to switch up. because now everybody sees the game.
Nobody wants to buy their chips.
When
And
they
this is
try to
why
go ahead.
everybody looks at the African Americans saying, "How come you're not saying anything?" It's because this is normal to us. We're so used to it. It's everybody else that are feeling it now for the first time.
It's you took the words out of my mouth. This has been the democratization of the effects of racial discrimination.
Exactly.
And they get to taste what they have been putting out, and oh my God, and it's going to you people actually live by this. Black people rise up. You know how to deal with this. You've been doing this. Come on, right? Help us. Now we're
That's
sitting this
why
now.
so many things have been created by African Americans, because people in poverty always have to improvise and always have to create something from nothing.
Yeah, we've been
Yep.
there, done that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's our normal, and that's to a detriment to a certain amount, because we don't want to get into a situation. We can't save Babylon if we tried to. Uh, we would have saved Babylon, but she cannot be saved. So uh, as we see these things ramp up, our ability to deal with it, uh, makes people, they got to know how high does it have to get before we're totally bought into the Exodus. Since we're so used to seeing certain amounts of things, now it may help us short term in survival mode, but eventually, when does it get like you said, the people on the planes, they're already opting out already. The other folks, if they have another option to move out and go someplace else, they're leaving. So I guess, well, the Most High says it's going to happen to our people. So when He's ready for us to go, we're out of here.
It's funny to see on TikTok a lot of white people begging black people to help them.
I know, I saw that. Captain Kirk. Look, when I think about that, I'm sorry. My mind goes back into the 1990s with Master P. Captain Kirk, come and save me. Captain Kirk. Oh my goodness. I think about Master P and in that instance. No, we're not gonna
That
come save anybody.
and that's a recognition, and that tells us something. Anything that ever was about this country, the facade, that anything that was ever true about this democracy, all these rights, these bills and stuff, our struggle gave the only reality that it could possibly have a semblance of being, even while we were under oppression. We worked all these things. We did the Supreme Court, the laws, the cases, and everything to made this. And hey, when we opt out, the whole thing collapsed. Because only thing that is when the Hebrews cease to believe, it's done, and we're so done with that.
What say that again? Say that again for the people in the back.
I said when the Hebrews cease to believe, it's done, and our words have power, and we as Yahushua said when she spoke to that room full of Hebrews, said, "I'm not coming back until you say, blessed is he that comes in the name of the Most High." And we're crying out to as we cry out to the Most High, they're done.
When we cease to believe, that is really, that's it right there.
And that's how you
That's
know the curse is lifted, because for the first time that is happening.
it is, and that's scary to them. We are no longer just going to, oh yeah, we need the help. It
We
was
can fix it.
what was it? It was a white guy with the beard.
Yes.
And he was saying, oh, black people, we need your help, black people. And you know, the crazy thing is that he was being very adamant.
What's his face has the best compilation of them, Kenyan Beast. Like he has the best compilation of all of them just crashing out. You know, a lot of them are like, what's the purpose of even being here? You know, it's like they're under this deep, dark oppression and they feel like they don't have any assurance, you know. Each day they don't know if they're gonna be unalived. It's like they're in want. It sounds like the curses to me.
Yeah. Like,
Our,
hey, go ahead.
our creativity. Well, you look at George Washington Carver. He saved the cotton crop. They had depleted all the land. There was nothing. It was done. They were done. And he said,
Then you fell on out, Minister Rick. Yeah, we lost Minister Rick. Pastor Rick Fletcher says this. Israelites are fueling the very systems that oppress them. Well, I'm just going to sit back and drink some tea on that one because that is absolutely correct. Can you all hear me? Is my mic out?
"Yeah,
I can
I
hear
can
you.
Yeah,
hear,
we can
I
hear
can
you.
hear you, I can hear you."
Yeah, you have fallen out, Minister Rick. If you want to finish up your statement.
Okay, well, the there I keep on seeing parallels as they never wanted us to step on the international stage like today, and there's resistance to that doing now. And things I think about, you take somebody who was on the who is it, the negotiator that I don't want to say Whitney Young. Who was the negotiator that negotiated the peace treaty with Israel? The black, he died by drowning. He got Malcolm Jamal Warner, you know. Uh, the he negotiated he got a Nobel Peace Prize. It wasn't Whitney Young. Anyway, he's a powerful person on the international stage, and he died mysteriously. Anybody, when Dr. King dipped into the international, talked about against the Vietnam War, when Malcolm X talked about international communion of people, it's the international stage. It can't be stopped now. The time is past. The 400 years are over, and the mechanism, the international mechanism, the diplomacy, like you say, for the two states come together is happening in real time.
Diplomacy is a real thing. It's a real thing. It's a very big deal. I wish I would be able to give you details. I'm not even allowed to. I'm not even allowed to. I got NDA. But let me tell you how big of a deal that is. To be doing what we're doing, it's literally the two sticks coming together. To come together to have cultural exchanges, to have knowledge transfer, to be able to heal with one another. We're actually talking healing. I'm not saying this just to say, well, you know, these are some great points. I just want to say this. No, this is what I'm doing in the background. That's what the Most High has allowed me to do. When I say allowed me to do, I truly mean it. Allowed me to do that. And the thing is, I'm not gonna say it's crazy, but the thing is that I'm gonna still need people's help in getting this done. Because once it does happen, there are many places that our people need to go, and that I'll need to be able to train up our people to go, so then we can create those relationships, those engagements. I'm going to tell you this. I can't go to all 54 countries and counting. I can't do that. So therefore, I have to train people to help me to do that. We have mechanisms that's there to, Father, help me with how I need to say this. I don't even know how I can even explain it. Brother Garth, Fats, Nickel, do you all want to lend me a hand? Because I don't even know how I can explain this.
Explain what exactly?
The impact of what we're doing in the background and what that truly means.
Well, honestly, I wanted to come on here and our discussion on Thursday. You caught me. in,
I know.
you caught me in like a place where I was just not acting like myself, and I guess I was
You
you
and your
know
feelings. It's okay, Garth. I know, and I was praying for you. I was praying for you. Trust me, I know.
yeah, and the weight of like the brevity and the weight of everything that we're doing. Sometimes it seems very scary, and you're trying to intellectualize something that's spiritual, and you're basically doubting what the Most High put into you and what He's going to do, because it doesn't make sense, because he's it's like Joshua going in against the giants. You're like, how can I fight these giants other than putting faith and trust in Him? And like, we're doing something that is going to change the generations of our nation and people, and just need people to have the faith and to step on out there. And like you were saying, we are fighting a principality, but at the same time, the Most High is not going to make you face something that you can't overcome.
brother.
And
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, I was gonna say also that yeah, this is something that we basically take back our image and take back our name, and we do it as two sticks together in a way that is organized, and basically how our ancestors did, with a, a a priesthood, a government, rules and laws and things like that. But it's it's, I mean, it's hard to explain. Some things just can't be explained. You're just gonna have to let the Most High do what He does and show that He can make a way in any situation, and that any opposition is put there to show you His glory.
Come on.
I, I was getting ready to say, Karis, that, and you could phrase it just a metaphor. You guys are working on the on ramp for the Exodus on the way to Zion. You help them build the on ramp
Mm-hmm.
that's going to help us to get out of here and integrate, amalgamate with our people, place it back. That's why I'm into. I have no idea the opposition I'm getting here. I mean, just I don't know if you get this stuff, but the cyberbullying and stuff like that. Granted, I retired from the government, but I had some bad relationships with some people that were in there, and the opposition is real. I had no
It is.
idea that they would care. This broadcast like this probably don't help, but it's like I'm on the COINTEL Pro radar screen, and I learned some things I never thought would happen. But even as I work through retirement, I want to get, hey, count me in. these classes and things like that. The economics aren't as robust as they were, and as I'm working through things, but I believe that everyone has an assignment. We have to seek the Ruach HaKodesh in this movement. Those that love him, he's got something for you to do. And beyond that, and if you're doing that thing, you are encountering opposition because the principalities, they know who you are.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's this. Pastor Rick Fletcher says that the vision the Most High Yahuwah has given you doesn't overwhelm you, then it's probably not from him. Let me tell you, this thing is overwhelming. And it's overwhelming so much so that, I have to be able to try to present this in a manner to where, number one, this is it's very sensitive in what we're doing. Not many people want us to get on over to the continent. Not many people want us to even be able to show and document the journey of the container going over into Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou. We have had opposition over opposition over opposition, which means that, yes, the Most High is in the midst of this. But it's awesome because they also know what this means. Look, our brothers and sisters on the continent knows what this means to send a container over to them. Is the water safe? Is the Most High allowing this time for us to start moving and building and flowing together? One of the things that I thought about the other day, I said, Father, what am I doing? What is this? What is that? Because you have that on you. And I said, Father, I'm trying to get these funds in here. I'm trying to talk to these people in the background. I'm trying to get this. And I said, Father, what is it that I'm doing wrong? And then I had to change my perspective on this. And I had to realize this. It's not about me in the aspect of what am I doing? But the reality is we've already been empowered for this mission. So it's the way that I needed to frame this was, Father, allow me to have the patience to wait on you to provide the funds. So when it's time for me to go, then I know that my patience was perfected through waiting on you and not trying to up and do things on my own accord. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's James, James 1 and 2:4.
Mm-hmm. So there's one thing in reading the word, but there's another thing in being sensitive to how you are applying it, because there is a sensitivity to that. Look, let me not. There are a couple different factors that we have to go through with this container. It's not for the faint of heart on this one. We have port fees. We have transportation fees and cost that are now coming on up. Because why? Because all of a sudden, and it's not just all of a sudden, but let's just be honest. they're not going to tell you everything that we need to have. It's always bit by bit. So I'm talking to my guy. I'm like, okay, how much is it? But this is why there's always an increase. Why did it go up like that? It goes up like that because our dollar is losing. Each and every week, our dollar is losing. I've never had to go through this. We've never had to go through this. Where we're literally looking at cost surging. Thank the Most High that the container is about to get on port here in another week or so. A little sooner. I'm trying to look to see what's going on. Yeah, thank you, Sister Pamela. 2 or 3 witnesses. Yeah, people don't realize how fast the dollar is tanking over here. Sister Pamela's in Senegal. And I'm not here to try to say, well, I need to try to milk. No. We have a container that's over there, and that container needs to be documented to show how we got it from point A to point B. Because why? Because for our people, the Most High knows that we have to be able to see. The Most High knows that we have to be able to take a look and understand. Why do you think the Most High had all the people of Yasharal gather at the mountain? He had to make them look at the holy mountain, and they got scared. We need to leave. We're scared. They were begging Moses to allow the Most High to let them leave to go back to their tents. This is also and has always been a scary thing, to even open up your mouth and say, hey, do you want to support this container initiative? There's a link. Anybody can open that link up, copy it, paste it, text it, send it on out. And guess what? I have a confidence that the Most High is going to do what he needs us to do. I have a confidence. I have an assurance. I know his name is Yahuwah. I know why he made each and every one of us for this hour, for this purpose, for this season. Not everybody was going to be able to take on this task. Not everybody was going to be able to support this task. Because why? This task is for his purpose and it's for his glory. The Most High needed just to have that remnant. Because to be quite honest, for the safety of his people, he needs to have a lot of our people still asleep. He needs to have a lot of our people still in the humdrums. And I hate to say it like that, but that's the truth. Because if you're not going to be for something, then you're definitely going to be against it. It's literally better to have our people stay asleep and then, hey, get shaken up, take on your coat and go, And I had to laugh because I had to think about the first Exodus. The Most High gave them just that warning a couple days before. And do you know why it took all those times to warn our people? Do you know why it took all of those plagues? The plagues just wasn't for for the Egyptians. The plagues was for us to see that the Most High wasn't playing with the plagues. So then when we were ready, when our families were ready, when our ancestors were ready, and they finally realized, oh, the Most High is actually doing what he says, and he does what he means. We were ready to actually do the final instruction. Because why? Because we're a stiff-necked people. Because why? Because our people were still getting the direction from Pharaoh. Until Pharaoh said they need to go. Oh, it's time to go because Pharaoh said we need to go. What do you think the Most High is doing right now in this generation? He's breaking this place down. Will it be 2 years? Will it be 3 years? Will it be 7 years? Honestly, I don't know. But what I do know is the Most High has given us this opportunity to come together hand in hand with our brothers and sisters on the continent that's willing and able for us to do awesome things. I can't say this all on YouTube. Are you kidding? Can't say all this here on social media. Are you kidding? I've always said this. Pray about it and ask the Most High how to move. There's only so much I can do by talking to you. You have to be in prayer. I'm not here trying to do sales. Well, right here. Well, you need to do this because once you do that, it feels so good. And when you feel so good, don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Okay, pray about it because it's not going to get any better here. You've now seen a mobilization of National Guard troops in D.C. And you're about to see another mobilization of National Guard troops in other places. Why? Because they're getting ready for war. Legally speaking, the National Guard is the only entity of the military that's able to be deployed as a standing army within U.S. borders. Until a declaration of war has been made or an act of war has been declared by a foreign military element, by a foreign government, by a foreign conglomeration. So what does that mean? To me, that simply means they're getting ready for a military invasion. How does that military invasion happen? I don't know. Don't ask me. What would that military invasion look like? Well, probably they'll knock out some comms and communications, and then they'll probably fly some people on in or roll some people on in. Why do you think they're trying to close down Mexico? Because I believe that they're scared that Mexico may be a southern route. Why do you think they're trying to go into Venezuela? Because I believe that Venezuela is probably another southern route, which would then be an island hopping campaign to support Cuba. And then Cuba would be that line of that line of logistics that then comes into Florida. Florida is dangling. Peninsulas are heavy security threats. They're able to be taken over. They're able to be your base of operations. That's in every single war game and every single simulation. So once you have that beachhead established in Florida, once you have that surface to air dome protected, then you can start to do what? Deploy drones and go for what? Other military targets. Within where? The Southeast. Why do you think they did that 3 weeks before SCO? The Shanghai Cooperation Organization. That's happening right now. Now, if I were a military strategist, putting on my military strategist hat, I would effectively, here's my opinion. This is just my opinion. Eat the meat, spit out the bone. I know a lot of people won't like to hear this. Let me just be careful because of YouTube. I'm just putting on just from an Intel operations planning analyst capacity. If you know that you are going to war, I would, this is my opinion, I would stage a false flag on myself, on the nation. And in that false flag, I would shut down all communications. And in those communications, I would say, hey, we got hit by some sort of a entity, and keep it as vague as that. I don't know what country hit us, but guess what? We need to now make sure we're mobilized. We need to now make sure that we have rations. You know, you're going to have a little bit of chaos. And then in the chaos, then you create pamphlets. And in those pamphlets, you then start to create rations.
Supposedly that's in the works before year's end.
Yeah. And I don't doubt it, because you got to understand this. A country can get taken over for mismanagement. That happens. How many countries have the United States invaded? Because why? Because of, quote unquote, dictatorial leaders, human rights, all that other good stuff. And then they'll say, we have clear objectives. The clear objectives is to make sure that the American people are taken care of. And this extends to all American people. They'll have that. That will be the worldwide campaign. I'm sure there's probably been some backroom edicts and dealings. Have you thought about this? Remember when I had stated that the U.S.'s hands aren't clean with the whole ICC, ICJ with Eastern Mediterranean nation? In order to then support those elements, and conflicting that part of the world, where do you go for first? See, you have to understand the reality of Europe. Europe is so fair weather, it's not even funny. If they see that thing happening to the United States, guess what Europe's going to do? They ain't going to fight. They are not going to fight for the U.S. Get that out your mind. What do you think Germany's going to do? And France and the UK. Due to the egregious allegations and blah, blah, they're going to turn on each other. They're going to flip on each other. That's Europe for you. They always hedge their bets, and they're going to put their bets on the winning horse.
They're going to turn on the harlot.
Bingo. Hey, it's better you than us. I'm just giving you all strategy. You can take it how you want to take it. You can say that will never happen, and that's cool, because a lot of the strategy I've seen happen. I've seen we called a lot of the strategy. We're not as accurate as Jacobo on the prophecy, but in terms of military tactics and diplomatic and economic things, I'm around 80%. I think that's pretty decent. And then what would you then end up happening? You would have administrative zones within the United States. They would then say that historically speaking, it's going to be African Americans that will be in the crossfire. And then what that will do, that will start to get the world even more rallied up, because from there, you would then have African nations then begin to rally. Because why? Because Europe would be muted at that point. You would have efforts of what? Countries, or like whatever confederacy or whatever, coalition that they'll call it, whatever SCO coalition they'll call it. They will then go ahead and they would neutralize the United States. Now, will the United States be neutralized for a while? No. Probably about 2-3 weeks, and then they'll try to provide other, command and support for operations around the world. So then it'll start to be chaos where people will be fighting, and then that will be neutralized. You'll see a lot of worldwide destruction. Ultimately, though, the command and support will then probably dissipate here in the US. And then from there, that's when there would be, quote unquote, safe enough to, yes, bring in the blue helmets. And that's when things will be interesting. Because when people haven't been able to eat in about, and I'm going to say eat something that allows for full nutritional capacity in 6-7 months, then you don't have to worry about people not wanting to flee. That whole don't flee, that's going to be a thing of the past. You're going to have people then trying to find out where are the safety corridors to be able to flee. Because again, you're going to have people on out there in terms of snipers. Yes, they're people. Because they'll be sniping not only us, but they'll be sniping those that are trying to leave with us. It'll be a very chaotic affair and situation. Because they'll start to see a country that is then now dwindling in populations. Now, of course, you'll see a lot of their people trying to leave with us in hopes of them trying to go to Europe and other countries around the world. That will probably be stymied because when they get to that gate of departure, then the people that they've left with, quote unquote, I don't know who that person is. They just tagged along with me. But I don't know you. Now, here's what I think also may happen at that same time. Those people that are leaving are trying to get to the ports with us. They may try to do an asylum, but I don't think that their asylum is going to be what they think it's going to be. Oh, you're just not going to escape that debt. Sorry. Well, I'm no longer a U.S. citizen. I know you're no longer a U.S. citizen. However, you still owe us and you're still going to pay us back. Do you see how that goes? Oh, you thought that you're on out of here? Yeah. Yeah. No. There's still trillions of dollars that you owe us. I honestly think that those that do escape and come on over are those that are probably either good friends of the family, those that have married into our groups. I think those are really the only categories. Have been in support of organizations like this, like Q2A and other organizations. People that can actually be vouched for. Why do you think the robot is now targeting social media? They're just creating a profile. I know it's a lot to swallow, but now just think about that. If you are now getting ready to be invaded, oh, plain and simple. False flag, create martial law, lock down the cities. So when things go, you're able to then now defend the cities. And you don't need to defend everything. You just need to defend DC. And you have to find out what areas will be acceptable losses. That's what they're doing. That's part of their conditions plans. That's part of their concept of operations. What can we then shrink to? that makes us something still viable. Hey, we need to have we're going to have the UN here, we're going to have blue helmets here, so then we can continue to have diplomatic engagement. Via who? Via Europe. Because then what will Europe be saying? Hey, US just surrender. It'll be better if you just surrendered. But you know, good old US of A, before they surrender, they're gonna pop off a few nukes. You already know this is gonna happen. Anybody have anything else on that one? If I'm lying, if you can see now, Brother Carrots, I don't see that happening. Let me know. I like to be critiqued. I like the
No, I'm
feedback.
just cleaning up the kitchen and was listening to you. Absolutely, all that stuff is gonna happen. I mean, they literally put it in the media, the balkanization, Hunger Games, all the invasions or false flag. That's all in Left Behind. Leave the World Behind. Literally, all the things that has happened in like the past 18 months has literally all been in that movie. So, I definitely see that happening. I mean, the stage is set for it. I mean, this National Guard play isn't a coincidence, as all these other, committees and organizations are being formed, and all these meetings are being, mandated. It's like and they know the time, like you've always said. They know the time when they're gonna go to war. They know the time when they're gonna have to release us. So they're all doing the things and putting in the whatever, events that need to make it seem like it's happenstance to, curate the whole show to line up with their timing. So I agree.
Brother Fast Nickel, in that scenario, what do you think will be the play for crypto? Brother Fast Nickel. All right, I think Brother Fast Nickel is off. But I'm going to tell you this. You'll have a consolidation of folks trying to liquidate crypto, probably potentially for USD. And then you'll be trying to have people liquidate USD for any other currencies that may be honoring of the USD. To me, I look at it like this. You would have a lot of people trying to move in a manner where they're thinking that they may, number one, get a flight on over, or potentially even try to float over to places like the Bahamas, even Cuba, and then their money would literally be like 2003 pre-Saddam Hussein invasion money. Just a whole bunch of papers and circulations that doesn't mean anything. And I would say even the same for crypto. So you may have some coins, but if they're not honored anywhere outside of that local jurisdiction, then you're trapped. Unless you have those NGO elements, those UN elements of people fleeing. And I'm going to tell you, it doesn't take that long to flee. When people are trying to shoot at you and you're starving. And I hate to sound so noir or dark, but that's the truth. They would rather gun after us than worry about their own livelihoods. I wish I was making that up. But I'm not. So that's just putting my analyst hat on there. You would have reduction in water. You'd have, well, water would probably be probably wouldn't even, you would have water maybe, but in terms of water and the quality of water, be careful drinking out the taps because you wouldn't have that amount of filtration going on. You would still have some lines going on for potentially electricity because there are elements that would then happen. So law isn't just that you're just the law of war, excuse me, let me just put this on out there. The law of war isn't just for, you can just do whatever you want to do indiscriminately. The law of war is to be able to have some sort of I would say level of efficiency to support the masses that are going to be in a non-combatant situation, right? To then make sure that you are reducing the amount of collateral damage. Now, will that happen? Probably for like the first couple of months. Because then from there, you know how these people don't play fair. It would literally be, okay, in that type of, shock and all, they'll be shocked for about maybe 2 or 3 weeks. And then when they're shocked, guess what? That's going to be your time to go. And I guarantee you that there will be things in place with other international organizations that will allow you to go. The question is, when that happens, will you then go? Will you then flee? I believe that's Brother Fast Nickel. Wake up, Brother Fast Nickel, wake up.
Did I fall asleep?
Yeah, you did. I had to wake you up because you're gonna be snoring, and I don't know if you were snoring or if you're just in the spirit, seeing this all go down. The Most High took you in a vision. You were in the seventh heaven, and Brother Carrot, since you were talking, the Most High brought me on the cloud. Oh my goodness. Man. Don't worry, that happens to the best of us. It is Labor Day. It is Labor Day. I'm not gonna lie. I was hurting a bit this morning. So But I said, you know what? I definitely need to get up on here and you know and converse with our brothers and sisters because to be quite honest, especially with what's going on with the SCO and everything else, I don't know how much time we have. I don't know how much time we have. People say 6 months, 12 months, 3 years, 4 years. I don't know.
Oh, now that I think about it, have you seen any of the videos talking about this supposed comet
Oh,
atlas?
Three Eye Atlas.
Yeah,
Come on, bring it on out. Bring it on out.
it's. I mean, that's coming. I think what it's coming this beginning of October, right? It's supposed to come.
Yeah, they were saying August and then it was November. I think it's supposed to be November. It's the Three Eye Atlian. The Three Eye Atlian. Because me and you, your mama, and your cousin too. Rolling to the UN on dubs. Maybe they'll have to be looking up while we're escaping. Maybe that is going to be. Oh, yeah, it's a comet. The trajectory is supposedly coming towards us. They're saying this is what they're saying. They're saying supposedly on the comet that there's uh uh 7 foot tall black folks. How do you know that that's on the comet? Where did that even come from? That's what I'm saying. Where did that even come from? You know, how come how come they happen to be black folks? I don't know, but Enoch has told us that the Watchers have been white folks. I mean, excuse me, have been giants that have been, of non-melanated skin with red hair, and some of them with blonde hair. Sorry,
The Scandinavian version.
yeah, but now this happens to be the three eye soul atlas. Are the colors emitted from the comet? Now remember, back in the day, I was told that stars and light emit certain sounds on the frequency, right? So is that comet coming through the universe jamming some beats, some interstellar beats?
Intergalactic 808.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe that's part of the false flag.
Oh, you know that's going to be part of false flag. Man, we're about to see Watchers in white and blackface. That's the ultimate false flag. That's when Satan ain't got no more moves to make. Okay, we're gonna have all these angels, all these demons. They're gonna be coming on up, looking like Soul Man. Back in the day, that movie with Radon Chong and the white guy that was trying to get into Harvard, and he had the Jerry curl. Okay, all right.
Thomas. His name was Thomas. Something Thomas.
Yeah. Man.
That's a funny movie. That was a funny movie at the time.
Yeah, but now that movie gets no play anymore because like that was the ultimate blackface, and now you can only say it like, "Dang, yo, I can't watch that movie anymore because that's just how it goes. And then you start to see like, is it really a black alien? I don't know. We're gonna have to give it the black handshake. The black the intergalactic soul handshake. Did he really dab me up? Nah, man. I'm not feeling a connection to this. I think you have some watcher elements.
You know what? Why do you think that is? Because, when it comes to the aliens, they've always talked about the three different types. They have the big eyes with long heads. Then they had the white Scandinavians, and I forgot what the third kind looked like. But there was never one that they've ever said was melanated, and so now all of a sudden now there's a melanated version.
You know what though? I kind of had to laugh, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about this, and maybe someone could do like a study on this. Do you think that maybe, just maybe, when we talk about Michael and we talk about Gabriel as angels, do you think that maybe they're a class of angels? Right? Because think about this, when we say Israel or Yasharal, we're not talking about Yasharal as a singular person. We're talking about Yasharal as a nation, as a group. That's something that I would say, that should warrant further investigation. Is that a class of angel? But I don't know. That would be the biggest exodus ever.
But
That's what I
aren't
said.
there
Go
are
ahead.
classes of angels?
Yes. Yeah, no, absolutely. But could Gabriel and Michael be a class of angels? That's just something I would say that would warrant some further investigation for all my Book of Enoch folks.
I mean, Gabriel's an archangel. I forgot what exactly that means, but I think there are different classifications for angels. If you could barely hear me, I'm talking through my car, so if it's not that
No
great,
worries.
that's why.
So that's just something I was thinking about that, to consider. Those are things to consider. Now, I'm going to tell you this. Um, if that's the deal that Trump has made to collect back black folks to get rolled up in the spaceship Bugatti, is that something that Yacoba missed yesterday? We're talking about when they was talking about Black Panther. Are we going? Are we going back from the continent on the spaceship Bugatti? The spaceship Ark? The soul ship? The soul spaceship, not the soul plane, the soul spaceship.
Soulcraft.
Soul crap.
But I mean, I definitely that live yesterday Copa did. I definitely see it now with the Wakanda, of course. Yeah, definitely. It made so much more sense, especially it being advanced in technology and everything, it being hidden from the world.
Come on now.
Man. Maybe we get drawn by the beat. Man, that beat is so cold. Where's that coming from? Y'all don't hear the beat? No, we don't hear the beat. They get left because they don't know that beat, man. You can't hear that beat, man. That is like the dopest beat I've ever heard. That thing is so cold. What are you all talking about? You tell me you can't hear that beat? You tell me. I gotta see where that beat's at, because black folks, we gotta see where that beat's at. Where's that rhythm coming from? Where's that beat coming from? Oh, snap, yeah. It's like my people, my sheep know my voice. My bloodline hears the beat. I can't stop dancing to that. That's all I hear. Does anybody hear that beat? That's all I hear. I think it's coming from there. Yeah, we got to investigate. Welcome to the exodust. Where your exodus leaves them in the dust. I'm your angelic being, your captain of the ship. Strap on in, hold on tight, because this is going to be a ride that the generations will never forget. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, that's all. What? What happened to all the black folks? One day at night, they just all left. Did anybody see the black folks leave?
Looks like there's a rapture, but not that type of rapture we were hoping for.
Oh. Yeah, we laugh. I think that's probably, I don't know. You never know what the Most High can do. It's like, oh man, did we make it there that quick? That was going to at least be a couple of hours. We only made it here in 30 minutes. How come it felt like months? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of these things, I have to kind of laugh because we don't know what and how they play with different things, right? Speaking of, when's Rapture Watch 2025?
It's September 23rd, 24th, according to the Christians, and I mean, as it is, as it was the year before, and the year before, the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that, those in September. That's usually what they say. September 23rd, September 24th.
What do they have? It's called Earth, Wind, and Fire. Do you remember the rapture that was supposed to be in September?
Oh,
but here we go again. Dun, 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 dun. Rapture.
African angels in the air.
Man. Oh my goodness. We have to laugh to keep from crying. Rapture.
Yeah, but basically. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, that's all their hopes. Their hopes, they're confounded. Again, like, everything's reversing. They're putting their hope in something that's completely false.
I want to show this because this is just. I'm sorry, family. We could be on this topic all day because this is the Labor Day special. This may be our last Labor Day. I'm just saying, SCO's coming. The Russians and the Chinese, they're already saying, look, it is what it is. Here we go. Rapture 2025. Will Jesus rescue all born again believers on 23rd or 25th September in the rapture? Many biblical signs, days, counts, and dreams and visions point to this date. Oh boy.
He's coming to collect his bride, brother. Don't you get caught left without him. Harpazo, whatever they say, right?
Oh my God. Rapture September 2025. Seven strange facts about number 7 and 23rd. So they're trying to mix the holy and the profane. You see how that goes? How is this different? That's pretty funny. How is this different? Are you ready for the rapture? Jesus is coming October 28th, 1992. Oh, man. Somebody is terribly dated on that one. They are terribly outdated.
I mean, I laugh, but I mean, hey, I'll fess up. 5 years ago, I was believing the rapture in 2020, and then I realized, oh no, I'm a Yehudim, and the Most High is not coming back until we're back in our land, and all of that is false, and that's left behind doctrine. Left behind is, those movies and stuff are so captivating that they've made it into doctrine and made it into, they basically, that's their book of Revelation, that movie and all of its falsehood and nonsense.
Somebody said, sure, you're wrong about this. We have at least 3.5 years before the rapture because it won't come until all the apostasy and the man of lawlessness is revealed. Okay. Oh, man. No type of biblical context. Rapture will be blamed on so-called aliens approaching Earth in December 2025. Oh, I thought it was November. Now they're saying December. Interesting. If the shofar was blown on Temple Mount on August 25th, 2025, it would be 30 out from September 30th, 2025. Jesus is God, rapture imminent. These folks are so lost. This is now, you're now seeing literally, this is time of darkness. They have no ideas. I mean, it's a nice elaboration for whoever put that in there. It's a nice little.
Yes, I was thinking the song that they're gonna play, the aliens are gonna play, is intergalactic planetary or whatever. Beastie Boys.
Beastie Boys. That's their song, exactly. 77 years old. Okay. Oh, entertaining to say the least. It's very entertaining. Exactly, J0. How can those that caused all of the destruction expect to get raptured? Did I miss something? Oh no, they want to get raptured. They want to escape their judgment. Okay, well, you know what? I gave them the Gene apple side or vinegar, and I just want to be absolved of any sins. Now, do I think that Feast of Trumpets is going to be an interesting event? I do. I do think so this year. Feast of Trumpets 2025. And yeah, that's going to be the 22nd through the 24th, supposedly. But I don't think it's going to be anything special on Feast on excuse me, on Feast of Trumpets the way that they think it's going to be.
Bro, Karis, I'm about to hop off. Shalom, everyone, and keep on trusting in the Most High. I'm just going to be listening in the background now.
Shalom,
All
brother
right.
Garth.
Shalom, brother God. Appreciate it.
You,
So
you
yeah,
know,
go ahead.
when you posted that comment, it's really no different than the fallen angels wanting their ascension back up to the Most High, but to be able to do it without having to go through Yahusha.
Yeah. Yeah, they all want everything unauthorized.
Yeah.
It's all unauthorized. Like, get out of here. You want the rapture, you don't even know you don't even know who the most high's people are. Get out of here. And then we're going to be this is why this nation's going to be looked at as, you know, an astonishment. When this all comes through, they have to remember nobody is ever going to do business with the United States or even, you know, the West ever again. That's why they're scared, because they know all of those post-apocalyptic shows and everything else that they have, they know it's talking about them. And they're scared about that. Well, this is gonna they're gonna have to fend for themselves. Yeah, they're gonna have to fend for themselves. They'll turn and they'll balkanize all of Europe. And they're gonna be much crueler. Oh, the folks in the East are gonna be much crueler. They've even said it. They're like, hey, they're waiting for the SCO to take back the reign and control, to take back the power. SCO 2025. This is from Samdish Tipade Hon Manet. Probably didn't say his name correctly, but attending the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Plus Summit, People's Republic of China, Monday afternoon, 1 September 2025, attending the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Okay, well, I don't know what that was. Some pictures of the world leaders. You have folks, in April, we witnessed a cowardly terror attack in Pahalgam. I thank all the nations who stood with India. The attacks was also proof that some nations support terrorists. Now, it was actually a direct attack to the U.S. on that one. At the SEO summit in Tianjin, leaders gathered for a group photo to advocate the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's objectives of fostering mutual trust, regional peace, security, and stability while combating terrorism. Think about that. Security and stability while combating terrorism. Those are key words right there. How do you combat security, or how do you combat terrorism? There is that's an interesting proposition. And then you have the head of the UN, Gutierrez, right there. Don't get that twisted. Let me pop this on out. Do you all see this? That's the head of the UN, Gutierrez, meeting with China at the SCO. I'm just here to corroborate all the intelligence let me know if I'm saying anything that's crazy. Why would the UN be there? Let me break this on out. Why would the UN be there? Let me read this statement here. I want to read the full statement. At the 2025 SCO Summit in Tianjin, leaders gathered for a group photo and to advance the Shanghai Cooperation Organization's objectives of fostering mutual trust, regional peace, security, and stability while combating terrorism, separatism, and extremisms. They're not just talking about the region, they're talking about worldwide. Understand what they're literally stating. This is worldwide that they're talking. The summit will prioritize economic cooperation, trade, investment, connectivity, cultural, educational, and technological exchanges to promote a democratic, equitable international order based on mutual respect and non-interference. That's wow. Wow. Equitable international order based on mutual respect and non-interference. Key outcomes will include adopting the Tianjin Declaration and the SDO development strategy for 2025-2035, reviewing 25 years of achievements and advancing initiatives in digital collaboration, energy security, and sustainable development. Member states: China, Russia, India, Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Iran, Belarus. Observer states: Afghanistan, Mongolia. Dialogue partners: Armenia, Azerbaijan, Cambodia, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Egypt, Bahrain, Maldives, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates. That's the Middle East. Besides Jordan, that's mainly the Middle East. Jordan and Yemen. And Iraq. Why the dialogue partners? Why do they not include Syria, Iraq, Jordan, and even Yemen? Because those are current conflicts. 3 of the 4 are U.S. proxies. Just saying. The SCO stated commitment to a democratic, equitable, international order is undermined by the authoritarian nature of member states, including China, Russia, and Iran, where political freedoms descend. Yeah, and I get all that. That's definitely a Western narrative, but that's okay. Because when you look at all of this and you understand what they're basically stating, is that they are in now the pact. And you're seeing who is getting ready to form up. In terms of your military leadership for your military engagements. I'll bring that back up here. Hopefully I'll catch up. For your member states, China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, India, Pakistan, Iran. What is that? And Belarus. Those are your military members. That's your military arm. That's your military arm. Remember when they're always talking about, that movie Red Dawn, and you had a couple different flags going on there. So here we go. Will this happen? It's going to happen. How's it going to happen? I don't know. We're all going to see how this thing's going to happen together. But as this thing happens, guess what? It's going to be very interesting to see how all of this lines up to have the UN Secretary Antonio Gutierrez right there You tell me. You tell me how that works. Now, you also had other nations that were present there, like South Africa and some other places. They were there as observers. But I truly believe that the core of this was that you have a situation in which you see the nations that are being built up to fight. And the saddest reality is that most of those nations in the SCTO were nations that the U.S. literally had back in its time security cooperation agreement for training those nations to quote unquote combat terrorism in the global war of on terror. Isn't that crazy? The same nations that the U.S. had trained, they've now turned their back. They now threw the whore off of her. I want you to take a look. Because for at least 1, 2, 3, 4 of those nations that are there in the member states, I happen to have been a coalition desk engagement officer. Back in my time at CENTCOM. Member states. That's kind of the ultimate diss. To train, to support, and now those nations are now teeing up. Everybody thinks that they are going to go for Europe and all these other, places. No, I don't think so. To me, I don't think so. They say Europe to honestly make sure that the folks here in the U.S. aren't going scared. It's all the deception, the smoke and mirrors. Oh, they're going to go for Europe first. Is Europe? Honestly, just being honest, brother Asaf, you know what I'm talking about. Really, who cares about Europe? Just saying, who cares? They already know Europe is really nothing without the United States. Who cares? And for them, that's not a big deal. And so what? They know that literally at the heart of the matter, they already know who they're gunning for. I'm just giving you the real geostrategic geopolitical analysis. People think that all this is far-fetched. Not really. Europe has always been a house of cards. Once Europe goes, these folks are literally, they're out. It's not my fault. It was their fault. They're going to be selling the U.S. down the river. So what can you do? What can you say? I say stay prayed up, family. Before I do, I always like to show this. This comes from out of the UK. Let me go share this. The Telegraph. China to unveil U.S. ship killing weapons at military parade. Images show scores of drones and missiles at rehearsals, including the soon-to-be revealed YJ-17 hypersonic projectile. This is as of this morning by Kieran Kelly, September 1st, 2025, BST. I guess it's British Standard Time. China set to unveil a ship-destroying hypersonic missile at military parade amid heightened tensions with the West. Satellite images show scores of weapons, including drones and missiles, lined up in a staging area outside Beijing ahead of Wednesday's parade. Oh, I'm telling you, they're showing off their armaments before they get ready. New missiles were seen on the streets of Beijing in a dry run, including the soon-to-be YJ-17 hypersonic missile. Details are shrouded in mystery, but experts expect the weapon will be capable of reaching speeds up to Mach 8 or 6,100 miles per hour. It has a projected range of 750 miles, allowing it to strike distant naval targets without exposing launch platforms to counterattack. What does that say? That they'll be firing and none returneth? I believe that that's Jeremiah 15:51. I'm just putting all the pieces together. It has a projected range of 750 miles, allowing it to strike distant naval targets without exposing launch platforms to counterattacks. Wave Rider configuration. Origin China, speed Mach 8, warhead 1,100 pounds. You could probably even put a little tactical nuke on there. Platform, air and submarine. Oh boy, air and submarine. There's a buildup. What did they do? They got all the information from Russia. And then they started. There you go. NY Zeki, yes. This is called the aircraft carrier. We knew of it and have no answer to it. Come on. See, what I forgot to mention in that analyst hat is as all this stuff goes down, you will never here in the United States, you will never get any type of an inkling of any information of what is happening as it goes down. This is a big deal. It's a big deal, folks. This thing is happening, folks. It's a big deal. Why would anyone show you that this place is about to go down? Why? This is what's happening. What can people say? Well, it's going to get better. Are you sure? People don't even want to understand what's happening in the world. And guess what? The U.S. is much obliged not to tell anybody what's happening in the world. Any other channels, platforms, they don't care. Military analysts believe the Y-17 has the potential to carry warheads weighing between 600 and 1,100 pounds. Yeah, you can have a tactical nuke on there. Not a big deal to have a tactical nuke in the ocean. I'm just saying it really isn't. Few countries have developed so many anti-ship missiles that cover all imaginable categories. Mr. Xu added Beijing is one of the world's most prolific developers of hypersonic missiles, which are designed to evade traditional air defense systems, such as a U.S. Patriot missile. They don't have an answer. They don't have an answer. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on in the Epstein files. Everybody's trying to figure out what's going on with Trump's hands, and they're not seeing the writing on the wall. As Brother Obadiah has stated, the writing on the wall. But before I go, let me tell you, we've seen the writing on the wall a while ago. Because why? Because it's the Most High that's given us the understanding to move and to work. And He's given us the doors that are open. I know folks that ask about what the cost is. Well, you can look at neodiplomacy.com, and you could sign up for some of the classes that are there. My next cohort starts September 14th. September 14th. I'm only going to have the summer rate until this Sunday, September 7th. This Sunday, September 7th. You can sign up at neodiplomacy.com. That's neodiplomacy.com for further details. We also have the intro to neo-diplomacy. That course is $97, but it's a value of about $500 to get you into the mind and understanding of neo-diplomacy. These allow us to move. Now, as we move, We also need to remember we need to move mindfully amongst one another. And I know that we're able to do that. Because during this time, during this season, we have been, the Most High has literally opened up some awesome doors. He really has. So as we continue to move and continue to have these doors open, let us continue to support one another, to pray for one another, to move and flow with one another. We don't have much longer. These weapons just aren't to show. They're there to actually show the capabilities of what they plan on doing. And now, with the international embarrassment that the U.S. has caused and lawlessness, if they can't uphold their own laws, then how are they going to uphold international laws? I told you this is the response from that Eastern Mediterranean nation. They've opened up the door. No, nothing's gonna happen to the U.S. We got all the weapons, we got all this, all that. Says who? Says They can't even say. Because then when you give them the article, well, according to this article, according to this press release, according to military.com, oh well, they gotta have something. They're showing you that they don't have anything. Oh well, they gotta have something. But they don't have anything. It's just so mind-blowing. But that's the conditioning to have you believe in a fairy tale. It's called make-believe, folks. Folks, it's called make-believe, folks. They gotta have you make-believe in a fairy tale, folks. Are you all ready for the rapture, folks? If you pray with me, folks, you can enjoy the rapture, folks, and not have to worry about any type of accountability, folks. You don't even have to worry about judgment, folks. Don't worry about what the word says, folks. Don't worry about what that pesky Bible, folks, says. We only have to worry about one section of the Bible. Christ lets us do anything we want to do, folks. Remember, we have freedom. That's what they believe. They believe that they have been given freedom of rebellion. Freedom of rebellion. And really, that's not the case. Nobody here, not me, this platform. Look, if you're a Gentile, you know how awesome the Most High is? He has allowed you to even be saved. What? Yes. That doesn't mean that you're going out there and be rebellious. But that allows you to ask the Most High for forgiveness so he can lead you and guide you into all truths. For our Israelite brothers and sisters, he has redeemed us from the hand of the enemy. Not to be the enemy, but to serve the Most High the way that we're supposed to in our office and station that we gave up for vanity. So, with that said, family, the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are literally few. You can sign up to volunteer at Quest Unite Africa at q2a.org, q2a.org. You can also support the shipping container. It is on its way. Most High willing, I'll be able to go there and document its travels. Most High willing.
That's going to be an amazing event because this little small organization did this big thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we punch way above our belt. We really do. And I want our people to understand that that is being seen, it is being noticed. This is a big deal organization. You may not know, it may not feel. Do you think that the algorithm's going to want to show how big we are, how awesome we are? Absolutely not. The algorithm hates us. let's just be for real. The algorithm hates that we're doing this. This is a big deal. And I thank the Most High for his goodness and his grace and his blessing. Because when this does happen, that's just another testament for his glory. That's all that is. It's another testament to his testimony. So with that said, Brother Fast Nickel, any final thoughts? Because I'm going to get up on out of here. This is
No
a
final
lot.
thoughts. Shalom. Have a great rest of your week.
All right. Thank you, Brother Fast Nickel. All right. Let me go ahead. I'm going to put that container. It's right there. Keep me in prayer, family, because there's some phone calls I definitely have to make. We're here on the precipice of a lot of things. So make sure to give to that container. Here is that is the link right there to give to the container. That's the link. That supports the Medical Container Initiative. This supports the last leg of travel to bring it over to our brothers and sisters in Burkina Faso. There are some on-the-ground coordination that has to be done. Just praying that the Most High will take care of that. So we'll get it figured on out. The request was on out there for about 50,000. And yes, unfortunately, our dollar is literally sliding, especially when you have these types of meetings with the SCO and things of that nature. So please pass that on to your family and your friends. If you'd like to support this channel, Covenant Awakenings, you could do so right here. Cash App, $COVAWK1, or you could do Zelle or PayPal at kerosene@msn.com. That's kerosene@msn.com. And then Cash App is $COVAWK1. If you would like to know more information about NeoDiplomacy, or if you'd like to sign up for the NeoDiplomacy Corps Cohort that starts September 14th, you can do so by visiting NeoDiplomacy.com. Be trained to be able to do the work in the mission of engaging our brothers and sisters at a high level of engagement. We're here to do things the right way. And we're here to show our people and to show the image of our people in the right manner. You can find out more by visiting neodiplomacy.com. With that, family, I'm back to work tomorrow, back on the grind. You can see me 6:30 Eastern Standard Time on covenantawakenings.com. Or excuse me. Covenant Awakenings here on YouTube, Covenant Awakenings. I think that's what I have. That's all I have for the announcements. But with this, listen, I'm not here to scare you. I'm not trying to scare you, because you want to know why? Because you should not be scared, because we live in perfect peace under the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach. We're covered under the blood of our awesome Father, who protects and guides and leads all of his children, all those that call on his name. And yes, gold is they are Israelite prepper up there north to the border. Thank you, Sister Fatea and Wyozeki. While your money has value, I wish you all could even understand what we're doing, man and oh man. Imagine trying to fight a fight where you literally have two hands behind your back trying to swing. Because when you show all the arsenal that you have, that the Most High is literally put in your hand, then everybody piles up. That's how that goes. But no matter what, we're going to be victorious, because that's what his word says. So I don't care how much of an underdog of my position. It's the Most High that fights my battles. And that's the Most High that fights all of our battles. So keep that in mind, because we serve a truly loving and awesome Father. And his name is Yahushua HaMashiach. We're not here just to be deleted as they would want us to be. We're here to give the Most High praise, glory, and honor. We're here to shout praises of victory in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. So while we're here in this captivity, please keep the Most High on your mind. And with that said, family, shalom, salama, siyemi, shalom, peace and family, or excuse me, peace and blessings, Yasharel.